Leave them kids alone. Leave them kids alone. Now they're dumping the wall. YouTube, you should be part of the platoon. Platoon, you should be ready at all times. Oh, sorry. I was working on altcoins last few days while looking at this chart, preparing a trade for it. The stuff that I talked about for what seems like weeks now. But bazam! Bazam! If you're long, you're wrong. I told you. I've told you 100,000 times, guys. Let's get rid of some of the shitcoins because they completely overlap my upper part of the screen. Let's get rid of Dogi. Let's get rid of... You're good, guys. Sushi. Let's get rid of... Let's get rid of all of them. Till we see what we want to see. By the way, new pairs are coming your way. Don't rush. The market is not going anywhere. The market teaches us respect. It humbles you. It will fuck you up if you're overly confident, relying on levels, relying on speculation, relying on not believing the 3-day chart when it shows you a bear flag, relying on desperation. The market drags you in the middle of the battlefield and just splits you right open. Splits you open. There's nothing left of you at the end. Is this a bad thing? It's a good thing. That's how we learn. Do we have to pay the price in order to learn? Not really. But you can be part of the platoon and don't jump around like the House of Pain. And listen when CR tells you. Things are gonna get nasty. You see any long setups in CR Trade Market Insights? No, right? Not looking too good over there, does it? So, well, if you're on the right side of the trade, you should be up on this. Was it choppy? Yes, a little bit. It was a little choppy. It was a little choppy. This one was choppy. Flip the script. And you're just getting out on these round numbers, right? on that 3-day bearish chart. Because screw Bitcoin going up. Now, I will tell you something. Go to my Twitter at MarketspyX and check out the latest tweet. God damn this industry. Go to Reddit. Look at the Reddit front page. Look at the stuff that people are talking about. They're posting me, are you ready? Where are my likes, ladies and gentlemen? 3 likes so far? Come on. The Reddit front page. Screw this, we're going to the office. The Reddit front page is talking about, are you ready? Are you ready? We just made a breakout. We just made a breakout. Come on. Where are we going? Where are we going? We've been preparing for this for a long, long time, man. Is it over? No. No. It's only the beginning. Wait for pullback and then short again. Why? I've explained why. We had 100,000 million sessions. Now, of course, for the guys who are here on YouTube, it goes live after the fact to tell us what already happened. Let me just say that. I've been tweeting bearish. I've been posting bearish. And the platoon knows I've been disturbed by Bitcoin's irresponsible, naughty price action. Pushing it. Everyone is tweeting. 100K. Fear and greed going up. What do you expect? To have a $300 pullback? It's not even over. This is nothing. What transpired is your short signal just now. Where are we going? We have a chart. We have targets and the next trade setup. And I don't know what to say. I mean, we should celebrate. Right, Osh? I should be asking you. I'm here to help you get the Lambo. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm okay with my pogo stick. We need to know the details. But when Lambo? There's one question that we never ask. When Moon? When Lambo? Next, what I want to see is the same level of activity on our Discord as there was during every day when price was going up, and it was just buy the pullback. I want to see that continuation in confidence. But I'll side with the market and say that the market is probably going to put a lid on that party. Hey, let me just look it up. I don't know, should I look it up? No. I don't know, Twitter, it's on Twitter. I don't even want to show it here. There's a phase that's looking all crooked. And the guy's talking about what we don't want to see is when we go back to the range where we just came from. That would be bearish. Fucking disgusting. Hey, enjoy. The market is your teacher, not anyone else. So we had a little fake out over here to the upper range of this setup, and we're yet to make it all the way down to the green box and lower. We're looking at low 50s. YouTubers, you're like, what about moon? What about my moon? What about my moon?
What about it? See, I told you, no moon. You are on the moon. We're just rotating, floating around the moon.
That's right, Tonto. We've been on the moon. It's just others don't notice. But Platoon, congrats. It looks like this price action is finally making its way towards our targets. You know, I expect this trend to continue. Now, there's a small shift that is going to occur and price is going to go up. I think we need to calculate that and position ourselves to go short as well. Now, I'm going to look at some finer details. This is a macro chart that we have had for it's been a few weeks, maybe. Yeah, maybe 2 weeks. But we have just we need to make one small adjustment live, which is bring this thing over here. Ta-da! And bring this thing here over here. Ta-da! And bring this thing over here and leave everything else as is. So the target is slightly adjusted by a few $100. Ta-da! Okay. All right. So now that we have that, by the way, my short signal, Marketspy, if you're a user, you're a market master. And you've had your chance, multiple chances yesterday as bearish signals just kept pouring on and on and on. And combined with our technical analysis, you know, that makes for a pretty damn convincing trade setup. So nothing too crazy, but it was it, you know, worth waiting for it for, like, we traded for the past 2 weeks, and every single day we have a positive P&L of up to 0.5% on the account gain. This move, however, on the dump yesterday, and I'll show you what exactly transpired over here. I actually activated my Bybit, and check this out. This thing. By the way, did you know that you could do that? You can now. That blew my mind. You can now go inside of your Bybit account, make it show up here, so you can control your ladders and orders and stuff. Anyways, yesterday we had posted this thing where we thought that, you know, price is going to go up a little bit and then ultimately break down. So now the breaking down is happening, although I'm not sure if it's going to last. But if it pumps back to like 64, you know, I'm short again. It's you know, you topped out, my friends. I'm sorry. You topped out. I'm glad I'm not on that retarded website cryptopanic.com where people just downvote you and just obliterate your opinion if you're slightly bearish. I wasn't slightly bearish, I'm hella bearish. Since here, this drop, by the way, was another short for us, right here and now here. So the short was valid from around here. We were close to the breakdown point, and there was no way we were gonna bounce on this momentum. On the daily, we had very bearish OBV that you can see. It was kind of like pointing down. Price, this thing is going up, this thing is going down. So very obvious, right? Like you have your oscillator here giving you a bearish divergence, and this push up didn't even cross over between the lines. So that was enough to just understand that this is a dump that's in the making. Okay, and that's based on the 3-day chart that we had, and so that played out nicely. What else? I also showed you this, and I showed you that we move in halves, and so this was the first support. We did this live, and we witnessed and traded this together with a small sample size and captured some of this volatility here. This was the day when we introduced the greatest addition to Marketspy yet, and that is the volatility indicator inside of it, which gives us essentially buy-sell signals in the form of incremental take-profit points. So we can take profits as we go along. It warns us if there's a potential reversal danger, and that is a thing that that was sort of the highlight of the show that time. And then we also had this pump based on. So let me overlay this for you. You can see what I'm talking about. This is a 1-hour chart, and you can see how we were trading and trending over here. These things mark the top, and these things mark the bottom. And so there's a potential short setup here, but we went a little higher yesterday. I mean, come on, how are you not going to be short here? This Sigmas warn you of volatility, extreme volatility. You're into resistance, the green box, and you have these lightning bolts coming down. And next point, you have take profit right here inside of the support box. But close to the day, basically, you continue to dump, and now you don't have a signal of this stopping. So there's no take profit point here. Obviously, at resistance, it identified it, and now it's gonna. When it does print a few more, that's when we go long, and then price can go back inside. But yeah, the market is freaking out, panic. Remember what I said, people want to sell and be able to say, I sold above 60K, okay? And for that, they will give up all of their gains, they will sell their Bitcoin early, and they will push the price below 60K, like a bunch of fucking idiots that they are. You know why? Because that's greed and fear we're trading here, ladies and gentlemen. That is greed and fear we're trading. And it's just gonna go on and on and on and on until coiners become no coiners and no coiners become coiners. That's how it works. And us coiners remain coiners through all of this bullshit, all of these shenanigans. That's the power of the platoon and patience. Now we had our last boot camp, and we're not gonna have extensive sessions, but those things have taught you how to prepare for this nonsense. And but hey, I can't stop you making moves when you think there's a move. However, I can tell you that, you know, well, Marketspy, you're missing out. You're missing out if you're not part of this. Extreme breakage here on the pyramid. Like when I looked at this, remember our green squares. This is when we go limit in short, below all baselines, and boom, you got yourself a move on this pullback, and that's it. And if you didn't trade this, good for you. Scared money doesn't lose money. Good. You kept what you have, although it went back down in value. So you need to kind of well, you don't need to do anything. You need to wait this out. Let it pass. The storm will pass. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be brief here because we have 13 concurrent viewers here, and usually we have more than that when things are looking peachy, but I'm offering my guidance and you don't want to take it. We're the only people that were fucking ultra mega bearish here since forever, right? And the market keeps giving us these setups. And it's time to go long soon, but I think I'm going to do it in the platoon. I don't think I'm going to leave that here on YouTube, or I might. I don't know. Stick around and you'll find out. Or you won't. I don't know. But I'm not digging this. I'm not digging the the whole attitude towards these dumps, and when the warnings are especially given ahead. It's just, you know, I'm not digging it, but I'm loving it, because I know this, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger. And people have been caught up in all of this. By the way, did you know yesterday I went long at the top over here? Yeah, and when they started dumping and price went up, I immediately closed. See, the system is not just Marketspy. It's our mente. It's how we think. So, not immediate in profit. We're spoiled kids here. Not immediately in profit with our system. We close the position at break even, collect the fees like Robinhood, and we're out. We're out. And this spike got me out, but man, it was a 20K trade size. Just to, you know, because Bitcoin is like, come on, we're looking at this. Let's study this. Let's study this. Because this is how you get good. This is how you get good. Let's study this. So we have a clear trajectory, a squeeze pattern in the making. We break down, retest, go low, supposed to have a bounce, and then go lower to get this. But Reddit and Twitter pushes this up because it's last chance to buy. So I go to sleep. We trade this up from here a little bit, exit here, and then we're like, what the fuck is this? And then this happens. So you're looking at this and, you know, how do you adjust here? Like, if they say TA is something that you do after the fact. Well, here it is. Your favorite gurus would be like, I told you right here. Here's the breakdown point. But the thing is, you already had a pattern here. You already had a breakdown and a retest on momentum, kind of going lower, pushing up, but kind of going lower. And it was expected for it to push up and go back down. But sometimes you will see a retest of this, like the tip of the node. And where is your short? Where is your short for this down move? All the gurus out there who teach you that you should be using shorts, stops on your shorts. Where are your stops on these shorts? Where are you? You got eaten alive. There's no chance. Not here. Not here. Not here. Unless you're short from here. Even then, you're probably short from here and your stop is here. You're not taking any of this home unless you're in the moment, actively analyzing without a stop loss, riding the wave down or up. There's absolutely no way. The market slaughters you. It took everything from both sides, and it's going to continue to do so until there's no one left but us, the platoon, because we're survival of this. But I'm just saying, it fascinates me. Look at the moves here. And people who say, oh, well, yeah, if you look at a daily chart or a 3-day chart, you know, there's a clear lower low. Dude, you're telling me you're getting your entry in with a stop loss of like $5,000 away from your entry. Do you know how much you need for this price to move in order to make money on a stop loss like that? And if you size up and put a stop loss, so all these people who are coming in and they're talking about, oh, I have a stop loss, no worries. When I look at the chart, I think to myself, the majority are losing money. All those big YouTubers, anyone who has a stop loss, if it triggers that stop loss, you're gone. You don't lose your whole account. Yeah, you're protected, but you're really gone. Anything above 5% of your account value, that stop loss is going to eat that shit in fees. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's gonna eat you whole. So my question is, we have to ask ourselves, you know, why do the majority lose money, no matter what it is? Impatience, use of stop losses, oversizing. That's it. And we have been avoiding all those things, and we have been absolutely killing it for weeks. Small setups, daily trades, The system is mind-boggling, but it gives us the flexibility. You're not seeing like millions. You got to put in 10 million in order to make 100,000. You got to put in $1 billion in order to make 500,000. You know what I mean? It's not like that. But our performance in so far, I would say, hell, I would go out there and compete with anybody and say, show me your thingy, your performance, your P&L, and your win ratio. Our system will kill them. I guarantee you. Anybody, any freaking body. Why? Because we don't allow sizes and we don't allow stops. We're like turtles that keep pushing on, breaking through walls. There's nothing that can stop you. None of these clown ass dumps, okay, that are telling us, signaling us that it's time to buy soon. None of it is happening. So we're gonna keep up with it, but traders love to be miserable, you know. They go through all the hoops and hassles and they overcrowd their TA with a whole bunch of tools that they have to learn, and they may skip a part there, here, I don't know. And that could cost them. That could cost them a lot of money. And it does cost them. That's exactly what happens. So yeah, and we've been looking at like this very simple thing here, and it's not done. It's not done. I'll show you what the targets are, but we need to pick up the pace here and see who's around. You know what? We're just gonna hang around in the stream here for a little while. Turtle power, Alex. Turtle power, and we're just gonna wait to see if other survivors can join us. Oh man. Other survivors. Yeah baby. So we had a whole bunch of this volatility warning and incremental take profit. I mean, this thing just gives you edge to edge, short profit, long profit. You know, it's been freaking amazing. And so next it's giving you some warning signals that we might not be going any lower than that. So for YouTube, without any specifics, so first of all, once we have a kill, we have the right to chill. So we're not really looking for the next trade today. For us, the platoon market spies, it doesn't really matter. That's part of the system. You get your kill, you earn the right to chill. Others, you have to work your asses off to fix your position or initiate a new one. You have to do the analysis and basically go on with it. It's a tough world out there in the trading world. And so the platoon is chilling, I'm pretty certain. I haven't checked in yet, but everything played out nicely. So we're looking for a bounce minimum at around this level here. So run this low, 60 and lower. So on the macro trade, we're just breaking down. So if we see that bounce when it does happen, maybe it won't. But when it does happen, I think it calls for a short continuation trade, because this is how it begins. I told you before, it creeps up on you. You think you got it, but you don't. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. But you know, sure. But you've been warned, and you've been given education and control of your thoughts to channel you through the shadows of these. So this is what's happening on lower time frames, okay? It's just getting started. You haven't seen anything yet. When it bounces, we're going lower down to 50K, okay? That's all you need to know. Now, how we're gonna get there is a separate topic. So the next trade is now tomorrow, since we had a few of them, and I've given you something to work with through altcoins in the altar. Those are not random. I looked at all the coins, as you can see here on Bybit, what Bybit has to offer, and the ones that made sense are the ones that have been shared, that have been posted. All those coins that we can trade with Bybit Pro are, have been fully analyzed, and you can work with those. And so, yeah, sure, use that USDT. Now, some of our traders have exited into USDT some time ago. Now, it seems like it's just, man, how long? But they have exited in USDT and they're still secured. So I think that was a really good move. Nice. Imran Mirza says, I think this is the only crash I'm not in. Good. It's a peace of mind that is worth more than what the crash could potentially make you gain or lose. We choose. But overall, I think it's been pretty clear as to the direction of where Bitcoin wanted to go. We had a couple of sneaky fake outs here, but we're looking at a 3-day chart, so it's not like that. It's just this one big fat pattern here. So okay, we're gonna keep an eye on this. If it bounces, we'll manage it from there. But so far so good. What else do I have? Yeah, now on to the important stuff. Let's review. But before that, I need to get my coffee, and so do you. Am I right or am I right? Coffee. Somebody has to fix this. It's not gonna fix itself. There she is. Let us stay there. All in all, it's just that another crash and a fall. You guys are amazing. Yeah, the stream is stalled for the coffee session. I mean, it's late. There's nothing to do but to we're gonna build the next trade chart setup here using the latest and greatest tools included in DSR. Yeah, we're gonna talk about those. Yeah, absolute. Tools of the trade. I should start paying Cointelegraph, I guess, so they can mention us. At least people will benefit from actual analysis, you know? Instead of God knows who's out there. All the 4chan bros, you know what I mean? The 4chan bros got together and made a plan. We're early. We are artists, and we're gonna use that superpower to lure in the retail and make money from them. Let's start editing HTML code to show $1 million trades. Let's start building simple ass apps that only make us the money, not our users. Let's start a Twitter following, because there's no one on CT. There's no such thing as CT, bros. So 4chan moved to CT, the crypto Twitter, and they started a mafia. And now they're developing apps. And now they're pentoshing their way to freedom by giving you bad analysis and just quickly forgetting about it and quickly making alpha threads. The more nonsense they talk, the more you believe, the more you confuse. You're confused. You don't know what's happening. Because Pentoshi said so, and Cointelegraph says a prominent analyst is there to make you money. Okay. All right. So, what do you guys say? Should I contact Cointelegraph, pay them $10K so they can publish an article and say, a shadowy figure named CR is talking about how Bitcoin is going to dump against every single analyst out there. Now, we're not macro only. We're like every day on this, right? And so, yeah, you know, they can get away. The macro guys, they can get away with everything, basically, because either it will play out or it won't. And by the time it doesn't, you won't even remember it. You'll be sitting with your zero account thinking like, what has just happened? And the happy-go-lucky Alessio Rastani will go, well, sometimes the ABC waves don't really work as intended. And then you will have plan B. It's time to modify the model because we need to adjust for the time series here. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. It's good to be back. Back on track because ta-da. So should we look at some of the altcoins? I had like 1,000 of these set up, like every single. The next release for Bybit Pro will it's coming soon. You will have access to all the pairs. It seems very stable and it's almost ready to be released. So we're gonna we're looking forward to that, of course. And also method 1, smart. That's a very clever statement, very witty. It is in the name, isn't it? So what are we looking at? Let's oh yeah. So dominance, Bitcoin dominance, despite the fact that there could be a little double bottom forming here. We had a very good volume spike at the very bottom of Bitcoin's dominance, right? And that's mostly retail long in the top. But at the same time, there's still some sideways and more down moves to go. So the initial spike above the volume average is going to give us a clue, but it will not give people a clue in the reflection of the price action. So price will, small candle, huge volume, really good. It's a wink wink. Are you on board for a long? So Bitcoin dip to come is a buy, and it's happening soon, okay? It's just that we were bearish for weeks and it's now playing out, but we're about to flip the bias here. We're about to go long. And this is telling me on the dominance that the few altcoins that are sort of looking like they have decoupled from the Bitcoin's chart, they just look, the chart looks completely different. Like those ones that I posted, not following Bitcoin at all, right? Those will move against Bitcoin and will have an upside. Make sure you use stop losses. Everything else though, here we're gonna have some more down moves and a potential fake out breakout before so right now this is looking like so, and we could have something like this. Yeah, we need to have that. It'll be a pretty nicely rounded bottom here, and I think Bitcoin price off it goes, and there could be a little hint here as well in the dominance chart. The inflation hedge Bitcoin. By the way, why do you think it's dumping? Do you remember this chart and what we talked about? It's not correlated, and Bitcoin is strong against the dollar. Look at these two candles and look at the Bitcoin's chart right now. Tell me what you see. And then look at this steady grind down. It held the level and one more down leg on Bitcoin. Cash is trash. How many wish that they had sold Bitcoin above 65K level at least, let alone 69? Right? You can imagine how many of them are out there. So this is exactly what we talk about here all the time. This is exactly it. I'm sorry, but people are fucking with the king here, the dollar. Okay, Bitcoin is cool and all, but come on. How do you think you made it to here, to now, to see Bitcoin? The dollar brought you here, okay? Your parents. That shit kept feeding you for generations. Collapse. This will dictate what happens to Bitcoin next. Right now, we're still okay. But this is a bullish accumulation trumpet, and if, God forbid, this breaks out, touch wood, this is a double bottom head and shoulder on the dollar, and if this continues, a complex head and shoulder, if this continues, we're buying Bitcoin at our original price target of 53 to 48. General information, public information only. Precise entry. We'll talk about it once we start moving towards it, if we do. Or this completely craps out and goes back down. I have yet to analyze this in detail. But if it does, we are, yeah. We're buying the dip. Right now, don't look like the dip though. Don't look like Bitcoin dip is around. There's huge confluence on. There's convergence here on the strength of the dollar, and maybe a slight better there. So I think Bitcoin price to go up, then we faded back down again. Okay, we hit him with another short, much like what we have been doing up until now. It led us to this. Yeah, so what's happening on the dollar? It's funny, on this, investors are going long and everything on the scare of inflation. And suddenly the dollar is getting expensive as inflation keeps going up. The dollar keeps going up against all other currencies, and all those other currencies are depreciating. And you're buying less you're buying less of digital gold, and with a strong dollar, with less dollars, because everything is already invested anyways. You see what they're doing? Do you see what those guys are doing? It's all part of the plan. Okay, it's all part of the plan. The outcome is always the same. The market never changes, and this cycle is no different from any other cycle. It's just been going on long enough for us to believe that we will never see another crash that will literally depress households and make people go suicidal. It's coming, like, whether you like it or not, whether we're going to 100K or not. It has nothing to do with any of these models. Yeah, money is not wealth. That is absolutely correct. But I mean, it's a tool. It's how we move around from asset to asset. Liquidity is what is it measured in? You know, JD, it's not about agreeing, disagreeing. I'm all for protecting what you have. It doesn't matter what you measure it. It could be stickers, it could be dollars. I'm just saying, there's not one single thing that is going to, but so far it's been the dollar. You know, it's been the dollar. This one thing that hey, when the shit hits the fan, you need the dollars to move around, you know? to do something. I'm talking about like some extreme situations that most likely will not happen, but in case it does, I just don't see the great United States collapsing that easily under the weight of speculation and there's military, pop culture, and Hollywood, and you can't fuck with that. You just can't. No, it's not gonna, you know. I understand there are like political tensions all over the world and everything, but I flash $1 anywhere I travel, and people want to do business with me. They don't care about anything else. Doesn't matter. They don't even look at the strength and the weakness of it. They see the greenback, and they smile. And that's power. And the dollar brings you that. But everything else is you know, gold. People are like, it's not real. Let me double check. You know, where did you get it? You know, gold nuggets in your hands. Nobody wants to deal with you. Like, I don't know. Is that real? So only the ones that are like deep into it, like investors, they know what they're doing. But for the majority of folks, because everyone's like, remember, the investors right now who are coming in and they want to trade this, they're talking about how can I trade this so I can get rich, basically is what they're saying. They're not in it for, like, they don't think long term. But they're using tactics to day trade like a long-term investor, and then they end up holding positions, they end up using stops, they end up getting wrecked and absolutely demolished on these tiny little moves. So they should stay away from trading. And then it's also in their best interest to sing these praises online that, you know, yes, cash is trash, and you know, it's destroying me, I'm hungry, the dollar's not feeding me, I need something else, buy my XYZ coin, buy my stock, buy my, you know, Buffett went bearish like 2 weeks ago, been selling nonstop, right? So that's all I'm saying. But it's important to keep that in mind, because when something like this happens, we just had like a 5K move down, another 7 before that. So these are like strong legs that we must like, and we cannot have our belief system get in the way of making money and protecting what we have. We cannot favor one over the other. Actually, maybe think about it. I'm kind of like, I'm so proud that some of you guys have found out that, hey, volatility equals movement equals money, because it's the only thing that matters, and it's king. So it's not like value technology, volatility, right? So what moves? What gives you the biggest, you know, timely exits from your trades to trade that difference and to make that quick money? What? So people have started to pay attention to altcoins, Shiba. You know, moving up and down, 5-minute candle, and it moves like 1% up and down every other second. And they're looking at liquidity, they're looking at volume traded, the turnover, they're looking at all these things, right? And they're trading it, and they're making more Bitcoin. You know, the asset class that would outlive everything else, maybe including the dollar, just not now. We need the dollar to make these transactions, right? So that's all I'm saying. But and some have figured out that, hey, I'm exiting into USDT at what could be the midterm top on Bitcoin, and if that's the case, then maybe it's a good idea to just sit it out, hedge, and you can still make trades. You still make sick trades with Marketspy on, you know, you altcoin against USDT, right? And just collect that and then flip it and get back into Bitcoin when we have a decent, non-shameful pullback. None of that lame stuff that we've been seeing, right? Like a normal freaking 20K candle down, right? Like that's when you're getting back in, whatever. Even if it's too early, it doesn't matter. That's a good discount. Instead of these little pennies and then dollars, 1,000 here, 2,000 there. You know, give me a drop that brings us back to 45, 50, you know? And don't go, ha, you wish. No, it's normal, you know? It's not that I wish, it's not a competition. We're gonna get in on those levels. It's just a matter of question, like when, right? So that's the thing about the whole thing. Is that we need to keep the context in mind, and no favorability one over the other. So what do I think is happening? I think we are good to go on a chaser ladder. Maybe there's some I'm not seeing a lot of volatility here on Bitcoin yet, but I would say that we have I don't know. I feel like it needs to go lower a little bit more. This is extreme though. This is already extreme. But instead of chasing it, maybe fade it back down from here. Either way, to get there, you need to go long. So I think we're in the territory where you can, if you haven't had a trade yet and you still have the itch, you can sort of play around here. And what do I mean by play? Like, okay, let's do it like this. Let's hold on. Man, imagine people are manually trying to figure out where to get in, or like manually setting like 10 orders. I'm gonna ladder in, I'm gonna average, I'm gonna DCA without Bybit Pro. Can you imagine? My goodness. Okay, so let's run this thing. What do I think? I think max distance to support is 1,600. And I'm gonna use 1 hour to divide this range into 700 points, so 777 down to here. I think that's pretty decent, and we're going to potentially have a little reaction here. So we're gonna use these and make sure it's at 1 and simply go on. Now the cool thing about this is that if you go to your Bybit thingy, you can see some of it happening here. So a breakdown below this triangle is going to give you sideways retest action and then head lower, but it's not stopping there. So I think it's a good level to kind of play around here a little bit, get in and trade it up, and then once it goes back up, we'll fade it again. Let's assume that we have a divergent double bottom here, a little bit divergent should technically force us back up. What are we saying? So the pyramid dump here was pretty cool, but even cooler than that, before that we had a whole bunch of short signals right here, boom 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 boom, right, and take profit, and now there's another cluster forming here. So yeah, I think it's a great territory to long up. Now the weekly CPR here is so thin and so low. Even looking at these metrics here, pivot daily open 5, volatility expansion possible if narrow. So daily low open sitting at 5 is pretty significant, and we have such a range, so we can technically go from here back to here no problem to the yellow, and this is a weekly level, and you know it's caused a whole bunch of damage here. So this means that for the next little while there's some potential scalps to be had going up. And usually, you know, when you have a very solid breakdown on a 3-day chart, it doesn't usually happen at the same time, meaning they don't play out immediately. So you have the opportunity to get in and expect a fake out almost. Like don't, because remember, the market is looking at it and they're like, oh, that's it, it's dumping. You know, I need to get out of here, right? And in reality, it's gonna look like it's dumping. It's gonna give you that puncture, you know, it'll pierce through that level and then immediately be picked up and goes back up, because your original TA is constantly shifting. Everything is changing through the ripples of time and space. And so your original thing that you have prepared to kind of position yourself against and say, okay, there's a pattern on the 3-day chart. It's looking bearish, like a bearish flag. It's gonna, once it breaks down, that's a confirmation to go short. That's retail, right? We're thinking once it breaks down, the pattern is not complete. We use it to measure the distance that we got to the, you know, we actually have to try to go against it and buy into it, maybe. Wait a little bit, see how it does. And then if it holds and it's the definite fake out, we have all those short liquidations helping us to basically push higher, okay? That's what we're looking for. But yeah, these moves are absolutely monstrous right now. Look at that. You have so much reaction here. You have so much reaction. How much it's added already? It bought a crazy amount of like 40k, 50k on this move. So a bit too aggressive, let me adjust the parameters because we're moving by 500 points thereabouts. Let's increase that to 8, 61, yeah, something like that. Uh, 150 maybe a bit much. Bring it down to about 100. So for those of you who are watching this on YouTube and you're wondering what's going on, we just opened and closed like 30 different trades basically. You didn't even see it, but we did. And we got paid on fees, and we picked up a crazy number of contracts and immediately closed them. And you know, that's the magic of how we do things here. It's pretty amazing. So limit 100%, closing profit only, and reduce only. Okay, and let it wiggle, remember, it's breaking down a very specific level. There's S2 57. Yeah, like I said, we're not done, but we could be in for a little pause around here somewhere. Now let me just bring up our Discord and see. I think 75 came and went. Clifton Lewis. I just think that if very few were thinking that, then it could have happened. It should have happened already. But it's just like this annoying buzzing in our ears every day, right? From everyone. Just. By the way, I don't believe that there's weak hands flush out. I don't believe there's such a thing as Bitcoin needs to flush out the weak hands. I believe that Bitcoin flushes out 99% of traders, period. It's just like the guys who get caught in the crossfire, they come on Twitter and they say things like, once you're out, not retail, you, the Twitterer, once you have been flushed out and invalidated, you will now change your story and basically follow the market like a laggard again. So they use this verbiage to protect themselves against maybe accusation, but they have no skin in the game most of the time. There's nothing to worry about. So they're making these predictions every day. How do you think I was able to analyze altcoins and put them in the altar for you? Do you know the secret? Because I'm not gonna trade it. That's how. I did my homework on them. It looks beautiful. And if I were to trade them, I would do it. But hey, those calls in the platoon for the altar, the alts. My own methods, my own things I look at, you know, and you want to trade that, you have it. Am I part of it? No. And that explains why there's so much Bitcoin. I only go on about it when I'm actually part of it. Okay? Because I'm concerned, I'm worried. It will directly affect me because this is the instrument that I trade. Okay? Nothing else. What about the altar guys? The altcoiners. Guess what? I can pump 100 different trades right now. Use a weekly chart or a daily chart. And pick the ones that played out a month later or a week later and show you that, hey, congratulations. Take profit. Are you really trading that? Are you really getting in? Or are you finally understanding that it's all about the tick? It's all about the system. It's all about the near term for you as a trader, and that making calls and predictions is pointless and is the biggest scam in this whole field. There's not a single money-making firm out there that manages funds that are doing calls. It's a public persona thing. You know, here I am making a call, everybody. You don't call it on the floor, you call it right there in that moment. You're buying stocks, right? Because the price is moving and you're calling it. 5 seconds later, you're shouting, I'm selling it. Okay, that's a call. Jesus. So it doesn't really matter. I can produce an unlimited number of charts and I can do TA on Bitcoin every day, but it would not matter because there's no trade. There's no trade. Once we have established that we're going down, shit is looking bearish, everyone is long. It's not that the market will flush out the retail top longers. Everyone talks about those mysterious retail top longers, the weak hands, and they seem to be, you know, they can't be found. They're nowhere to be found. So what is going on? Well, my opinion is that those retail longers, etc., 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 are the actual people who are calling them out right now. You know, those are the same people who are making those accusations and they're talking about, you know, they need to get flushed out. Bitcoin flushes out everyone, period, if they're not careful, especially with TA that people have been throwing around. I have not seen a single bearish setup in the past 2 weeks at all. I know that we had 0 calls for a long setup, and it was just like, you know, waiting for this goddamn 3-day chart to play out. You know? And it's finally happening. By the way, we're too far away from the crossover here, so we're gonna go long like champions back to the open here, okay? You've been warned. There's your trade setup right here. We're gonna go back up to the orange line here. You already know why, guys. Buy the scare candles. So right now, I don't like this music. Let's bring back some Cryptopocalypse Now style. Okay, let's chill. How you doing, guys? Let me check up with the chat. What a great discussion. 2 people. Okay. I guess it's the nature of our channel where everyone is just like, yep. I mean, what are you gonna say? Right? It is what it is. That's the market is telling you everything that you know that we need to know. Actually, the noisier the chat, the less. I think the more clueless people are because everyone's like, "What about this? What about that? What about that?" Right? We don't have that. I noticed. But we also don't have outside viewers because they're busy freaking out and panicking right now, waiting for the next update from Carl the Moon, who promised them a break. Oh, it's just a flush out. Watch this go to 50K. It's just a flush out. By the way, Platoon, today I'm just gonna take a rain check on this, and nighttime when others who are not here today will wake up because they're sleeping through all of this. Because think about Bitcoin moves when everyone's asleep, right? So technically, either you're at work or you're sleeping and you have a giga move, right? So we're gonna wait until nighttime to build the next trade setup immediately. Right now, you can only rely on volatility and scalps here using your market maker. Look, we just traded like 200,000 worth of contracts up and down, all inside of that candle. Now that's other people who are just like, you know, waiting to. Man, this tool, Bybit Pro. So lightning bolts are showing me that there's lots of pressure right now. Now remember, this is a noisy small time frame, right? We're looking for something solid, and the waves haven't even begun to curve up here on any of this. So it's far from done. Like, this is so thin. DSR, show me what you got on the monthly time frame as the month comes to a close. We're halfway there, right? We're halfway there. Oh. This is not looking good for our perpetually bullish friends. Oh, Carl. Oh, Lark Davis. Ivan, what are you guys gonna do now? The amount of FOMO, I quickly glanced at Reddit, cryptocurrency subreddit. Pictures of bulls, pictures of my friend is asking me how to buy Bitcoin. I so regret not buying it. Literally over here yesterday, they're like, okay, get ready, boys, get ready. Get ready. Everyone was tweeting right here. We got lightning bolts, right? Telling you to take profit, get the shizzle out of here. Now, hey, so untested CPR right here. Previous weekly close. We came close, but not really. We're gonna come close. We're gonna scoop up all these stop losses here. And I think TC, like this orange line, we're yet to see those levels. 55 maybe today. I'm gonna wait for a cluster of lightning bolts to show up as this next profit taking area, and that would give me like 1, 2, wherever that is, and you know, I think that's when it ends. So I'm just gonna wait for those guys to show up. It's not down here yet. It's gonna go lower still. Lower, push it, makes us stronger. More in profit ever after. Hey, it'll be okay. Got ways to go for Bitcoin though. This level, high probability level. This could be a candle that's going to post a wick. So it's going to turn into a wick and then we go back up. Crossover is happening here. It is not tracking price, so we'll bottom out somewhere around here soon. Okay, you have two immediate levels that are pretty strong candidates for your long setup. Basically, like these Fibonacci lines, they align with the monthly CPR level. So I think this range here is what we're going to be dealing with here for the next little while. It's very simple. Now that we waited and got what we wanted, the next trade setup is around there. Wow, predicted rate is going almost negative. These guys are clowns. Clowns! It's not their fault though. Boom, the top was here. We're not seeing the bottom. Guys, when we see the lightning bolts, you know, let's talk business then. Here's a lightning bolt, bottom. Here's another one, bottom. Here's another one, bottom. Here's another one, bottom. Nada. Just an EMA bounce. Oh, Ranger is these purple levels, absolutely, like 53. We might be looking to those levels. This could be just the start of the bigger move here. Maybe. Oh yeah. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. I was short. Robert Schmidt, I was short. Remember I posted in the platoon, I'm wondering if I should go short on here. It's not looking convincing. And then when I saw that pyramid, basically, I went to sleep on it. I was like, screw it. I went 1x. Set a take profit, market take profit at 61. And called it a night. Uncle Tone, are you using Marketspy? Because it'll tell you when to take profit. And the boot camps, we had an extensive module on ATR, how to use that for 100% exit points, most optimal exit points, take profit levels. So if you haven't watched those videos, if you're in the platoon, I'm not sure, because your name could be a different YouTube name. I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, give me a second here, guys. Robert Schmidt, I'm only interested in trade setups. Not names, doxes, and other nonsense. We're okay. Don't need to know. Yeah. So let's the orb. Let's talk about the orb. So today, this is going to be a decisive moment. So either we bounce from here and pull back a little bit, or the orb continues. The orb continues going down, bring us to around these levels, and so we're looking to get in over here eventually. So I'll bring you some detailed analysis in the evening time once the rest of our guys wake up, and so we'll do a session together. We'll do a meeting and talk about like what's next for all of this. Immediate target right now for the daily. Where's the macro chart? Check it out. We're looking at 55. If this break is successful, which is 1 day and 21 hours, we may spend a bit longer down at these levels, but ultimately it is looking to bounce at the first half of it, like 57.9, 58, just about there. And then we should be on our way for a little bazounds that we can trade. Looking good. All right. That's for the macro. And let's wait for a few lightning bolts to show up here and then go all in. Not all in, but you know what I mean.
Good evening, Andrew Mauro, Andrew NYC Beast. Looks like you're in the neighborhood. Hope you're having a good time. Last 100 subscribers. I don't know where you guys came from, but thank you. This coffee is gonna take a minute to. It's Turkish this time. Okay, let's just chill a bit. If you want the chart, I can flip it over to the chart while I'm doing this. Chaser's still picking up, selling contracts, buying, selling, buying, selling.
Okay. So what's different about this move today? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about what is so different about this move. And to answer that question, we don't have to look further than the 50 moving average, okay? Very simple. Get rid of all this jazz. What was different about this move? This is the first time when we have a full, rather scary candle that is going to be really difficult to retrace all the way back, closing below the moving average, the 50 moving average. And so your plan, without giving away too many details here, okay, but the plan is to see it go back up, chop, give you a couple of headaches along the way, eventually come back down because of this moving average. And the reason for that is because this will be the first time on the 8-hour chart that we close below the moving average. So when I see Marketspy, when you see your lightning bolts show up, you will have a long opportunity in the making. But we need to build a momentum wave here that is very solid and can be traded for profit. Now, right now, you may not see it, but if the delta curves up, there's a significant divergence here on lightning between the low here and the move here. So I do expect some upside after a little flush out like this, naturally. I would also say that we are not done moving lower. And I think that once we have that bounce, we could potentially revisit these lows and go back down. However, if we go back above the moving average here, like on this candle right now on the wick, I think that's pretty much a long setup and everything is invalidated for the shorts. Will it happen? It's looking likely because we have the orb here came down from here and is hitting some sort of support, coincides with the weekly close, monthly close here. So we just revisited the monthly open, and there's a small potential here. There's a small chance that it will hold, and we have a divergence on lightning here, nothing too significant. And in about 4 hours time, we should have a candle that brings us back up from here. And I suspect as we chop through this region here, and then maybe we'll fall from here. But it is looking like there's a bolt that's printing right now in 4. So and it's sitting on 50, but we're closing on the 8-hour chart. We're closing below the 50 for the first time with a major bearish candle that has volume, like a follow-through volume. Remember, volume at the top, super bearish. Follow-through volume is like a signal to continue. Limit in, profit. And so also another thing is it certainly looks more decided. Okay, so Robert says I'm liking 53 right now. I also think that in terms of like where it could potentially go, that sometimes these candles. Okay, let's breathe in and breathe out, right? So sometimes when we see these powerful candles, we think that, okay, 70K imminent, or we're thinking, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying the target is there, but we're saying, okay, 53K is imminent. The thing is, if it gets there, it's gonna be a zigzag, not a straight line. So I do think we're going to be chopping and ranging and bouncing, and for a little while, it's I don't think it'll be a straight line down. If we lose the 60K, 57 becomes the important level to play right here. But is it really going to happen? I'm not sure. All I'm saying is, if you place your bids too far away and not, don't start attacking it soon, you may miss out on the potential intraday setup. A trade that is going to be opened and closed and basically get you your percentage that you need in a flash. And that happens closer to 200. So when it's at 57, you'll think, oh man, 53 or lower, not gonna get there. That's when you go long, right around here, when most people will be scared. So it pushes you lower, lower, lower. That bid is not gonna get filled. However, if you, and it's the same way up, it goes up and you're thinking, oh man, it's not gonna come back down and give me a fill. So I'm going to just go long right now, because it's a candle is gonna bring us, there's still some headroom left. 72 minimum, like on this momentum 72 minimum, we're gonna run the previous high. We already have boom, 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 right? Not gonna happen, right? The market knows that you're waiting for the best entry, for the best exit. It's just not gonna give it to you. So I think my personal opinion is that this low gets run, and there's some sort of I think right here, between those three pivots right here, we're going to end up hitting 57 for a nice intraday long setup. That's incoming, possibly giving us a huge wick, and then a few bounces up. And as long as the orb is down below here, I think we needed to come down and hit one of these levels for support, which means price is going to potentially drop down to 55, and then from here we're gonna go up. So right now we're too far away, deviating from the 50 moving average on 15, and that's just not gonna hold. Okay, once the crossover happens, which, wait a second, 1 hour. Yeah, the crossover is happening right now. It's essentially a long signal, okay, over here. Price is not being tracked too closely, so I think we're picking up contracts and buying them, selling them around here somewhere. Developing monthly CPR, we're trading below it, so I think we'll stick close by, just keep hitting it. Maybe do another one of these bearish channels and go lower, hopefully. So if we're entering a small range, it's going to be a very fun and exciting place to generate some profits using scalps. That's the thing. So for this bad boy here, higher time frames right now, all the rage, everything is happening on the higher time frames. On the 3-day chart, we just started moving lower, so hell, even the central pivot point here sits between the 50, 200, just around here somewhere. So I think these parameters on the market maker it's been running are pretty good and should continue to give us favorable results here, trading it this way. But realistically speaking, rejection, continuation. Remember, an open here that was never retested, another open here that was never retested. You're looking at like 48, 45, and you know what? Where is it? Let's bring our. And you know what? This chart, you know, I destroyed it. I got rid of everything on it. But essentially, please, Lord, actually, where is that chart? We need to bring it back. Can't be. Is it? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. It's still not it. It's still not it, but pretty much the blue box. 51 to 48, pretty much. All right. Platoon, I'll share the chart that I'm talking about with multi-level setups along the way. But it would be preferable if we drop down to these levels for a healthy pullback that we can call a pullback. Okay, and we have those levels marked to the T from time ago. We did our homework. We should be able to profit from it. Yeah, so mid-level as the 57. We have until the end of the month. And, you know, people are saying what is it, 100K minimum? I'm not going to argue. It's just that my macro analysis doesn't show me that. And I only listen to the people that are in our Discord, nobody else. Do you know why? Because what I have shared, what I have taught people to look for, they look for it. And so when they put their charts up or they analyze some sort of move, whether they apply fibs or Elliott waves on top of it or whatever, I use that information to understand my own analysis because it's pretty much the same thing. Because we act as one. We're called a platoon for a reason. Now, for Marketspy, do you guys remember during the session I told you, yeah, this cluster here, we're going to come back to it. Regardless. If you were short from here, technically, you would exit in profit or break even if you held through all this nonsense. Guarantee you that. Maybe not immediately, but, you know, we're seeing our first bounce on the EMA. And when we were here, I told you that we were too far away. We were deviating from it for a long, long time. And there will be consequences. It's a magnet. It's impossible for price to keep moving up. It doesn't make any sense, okay? So we have that thing over there that is showing you a potential price target in the vicinity of these things here. I think I may have found it. Yeah, so right now we are on daily. We are almost in the buy zone. Down to the purple over here, we're in the buy zone. And we could have a very violent upward reaction from these levels, but yeah, it's look how thin these levels are. Look close, and we just collapse from there. That's a monthly thing. So yeah, this is the chart. This is the chart I was looking for. So here it is, and we're looking at these levels. it's just, right here. Now I will see where the low here is, where it's going to be, and we will adjust accordingly. But right now you have, I mean, what are you looking to trade down there? This is the cold reality of what's happening right now. Okay, so could we have this? Yeah. Is it too obvious? Also, yeah. Do we still go down here without any sort of retest like this? That would be deserving. Spanky spanky for the bulls. They're saying the government is printing. But what they don't know is that the market doesn't really care who's printing what. It follows a technical, behavioral structure of people based on greed and fear. And that's all. And somewhere in between there are a couple of algorithms that also make things a little interesting. That's where Marketspy comes in, because Marketspy also doesn't care if it's the top or the bottom. First of all, they cannot see that, cannot tell you that. But it's been marking pretty much every level for a let's go to monthly. We're within a monthly time frame, right? So let's go to monthly. Boom, 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 everything. Pretty much mark the top over here, and that's an obvious pattern. We're moving towards here, going to most likely not bounce on the EMA. I don't know, we might. Like I said, I'll do the analysis later. Right now we're just scalping it. 100,000 different orders, opening, closing, opening, closing, opening, closing, right? We're the only ones that have this privilege that we can do this freely. So let's take advantage of it. Enjoy some drinks, some coffee, warm milk, whatever you like. And continue to analyze this. So am I looking to go short on a potential rally up, like a bear flag rally? Yeah, there's a possibility. Do I think that it can also bounce from here? Do I think that it can bounce from here and go back inside here and do this? That too. I'm ready for all scenarios. Is it likely based on this orb and momentum here? No. Is there a reason why we had these targets from a few weeks ago and look like a bunch of idiots waiting for it to play out? Yes, there's a good reason for that. Are we going to be the last ones laughing? Absolutely. Are we making any major drastic moves? Were we trading this within the range with any sort of conviction? No. Did you have a long call? No. Did you have CR trade insights that only looked at warning, 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 and the last few 10 streams that we did within Discord? Absolutely. So that tells me that we will see these targets. I don't know how, but there's a possibility of that happening. Very interesting indeed. This triangle is a confluent pattern on 3 days, 4, 5, and it is a squeeze pattern, and we compressed here highly. Evidently, it is noticeable on the weekly CPR setup where the lines are so thin you can't even see them. So we'll continue ripping, and we're gonna have one hell of a volatile end of the week here, because the lines are so thin. We don't just rip through them. We're gonna dance and bounce around them like a bunch of maniacs. So exits then. Now that this played out and it's in progress, any trade set up here would require an immediate exit. If you have Bybit Pro, you can do so with the click of a button. But for the rest of you guys, you know, just be careful, because volatility will eat you alive here. I think something major is incoming in terms of how volatile this thing is. Pretty volatile. So CP57, you know, moving towards it. There's nothing here to indicate that it's going to slow down or stop anytime soon. 15-minute time frame, 1 hour is, it's just, you know, look, it's curving, but every candle is just the size of every candle here is so huge. And I can imagine the next candle is just going to bleed out, but these very consistent slow sell-offs will produce a candle that's going to go up and undo all the gains for the bears here too. Oh man, Clifton Lewis is always a supporter. I'm gonna have to do something about that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I want to know the market like you know it. You're the best in the game. For every good fighter, there's a better fighter out there. I'm pretty sure. We're trying our best, that's for sure. That the interest lies in you know, maintaining our posture, our performance stats, just, you know, to keep consistent. And I don't know about the best in the game, but certainly had some of the best people by my side at one point. And I don't know the market. I'm its humble servant. It tells me things, and I simply respect it. I pay attention to it, and I don't fuck around with it. Because the market is like this child, right? This capricious child that it's a little king, and whatever it demands, you must serve it. You must meet its demands. And so, if you're to work together, you have to accept it with all of its greatness and flaws. But yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It's so quiet and peaceful in the chat. Man. Platoon, where are they? Where are the crypto curious all of a sudden? Are you wondering the same thing? So let's, all right, so let's talk about this one little thing, because we can blah 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 our way out of this, whatever. What do you do if you're long here or here? Let's divide. Let me imagine that I am along here. So first of all, just so you know, let me just show you that it's not all peachy all the time. Damn, huh? Anyways, remember I came to Discord and I was like, okay, I slept and this move here really got under my skin. Okay, it got under my skin and I was like, I'm just gonna go long and hold it. I literally pressed foot. It was a meme trade. It was a meme trade. I went and I talked about it in Discord. I said, guys, I'm going long to provoke Bogdanov. Did I not say that? Did I not say that? To provoke Bogdanov. I was like, I'm gonna mark it because it's the only way we're gonna dump. And I went long on the market order. I pressed 20,000 contracts long right here. And when this poo-poo just started to go down, and I started to see like all these signs flashing, flash signs, right? The Gordon Flash Gordon signs over here. When I looked at that, I was like, that was a bad idea, but you're welcome, my friends. I was literally thinking it's the only way. So somehow, some way, it actually worked. But I exited at 0.01% profit on that trade by a hair. And then it reversed. And I'm going to share my P&L cards for the past 7 days again, because I usually collect them and I dump them all at the same time. I don't post daily, but when I do, everyone knows about it. Last time there were no emoji reactions. I dumped like 2 weeks worth of trading time and everyone's just like, huh, whatever, bro. And I'm, not, those numbers are very conservative. 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 0.5, 0.4. But the bog provocation worked here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to say that we do employ some strategies that are quite unorthodox at times. And that meme trade actually worked in our favor. Oh, man. I knew it too. It was just a matter of time. But I honestly couldn't take it. When I saw that pump, I'm telling you seriously, I looked at it, I was like, you know what? If this continues up, it will not make any sense, but I'm not about to miss it. So things got a little crazy when the lightning balls started to basically show up right after my market long, and I was like, oh snap. So I went long right about here somewhere. Then I saw these guys, I was like, it's over. It's over. Sigmas telling us that it's a fake dump, gonna go up. I went long in here. This one got delayed because this is, this price is going up and it showed up. It just closed bearish, but it's actually telling you that we're not going further up. So I got the hell out of there. And yeah, I'll share the P&L card. It was 0.01% of the account. It was just like, 20K, right? Contracts. Robert Schmidt says, 66,499. There was a huge wall, like a ginormous wall at 66.5. It was just, CryptoWatch.com app, desktop app that I used to monitor the order books, the order flow. And there was just like this straight zip line, just a vertical wall, 200 Bitcoins, and that was only on Binance. And, it was spread out across all other exchanges to like distribute it evenly. And I was like, I can see why. I can see why we're having this. And the thing is, it pumped, not on Bybit. It actually pumped to 66.5 on Binance, on others. Obviously, Bybit leverage. It's a little. We have more volatility here, so we don't really get to enjoy those precise targets for traders. But those limit orders got filled on 6-6.5, and we've been dumping ever since. And by the way, we just added another 0.23 to the account while trading this one candle with a single button. If you guys don't have Bybit Pro yet, I don't know. I literally don't know what you're thinking. You're not thinking. So yeah, Robert Schmidt, sell order at 66,499. You were part of the wall. Don't know what that is about, but I don't really care about the books. I think it's a bunch of. I'm not interested in what other people are doing, where the big sell orders are. It's I know there's liquidity for the sizes that we trade, that a normal person would. That information is useless. You're not worried about slippage. You're not worried about single orders hiding, negotiating. By the way, Paradigm OTC negotiation trades that are hidden from the order book for people who are trading a little heavy on the size. Bybit, you must have gotten an email too, but they do have that service available now. Pretty cool. But yeah, throwing it out there if you haven't heard. Yeah, deviated too far. It's we're expecting a bounce. Continue to scalp this thing up. We'll see how she does. Wada. So it was very interesting. The meme trade, unbelievable. I don't know. So I'm gonna stick with 8 to give myself more time to prepare for the next setup here, so I can bring it to you in the platoon. But we're looking to essentially wait and see how this closes. 30 minutes to go. Will it give us a nice long wick here? Hard to say, but if it does, I think we're just gonna sag lower again, and if that's the case, this will be our range for the intraday setup. Because we need to retest this breakage here. Right? We need to come back to it. So there's one way to do so is to trade the floor that was already established here, and then go up and see if that holds. So let's see how this behaves here on it's going to be a multi-week trade setup if that's the case. Sorry, a weekly trade setup into the next week. We're looking at an 8-hour time frame, right? So it's going to take a long time. If we bounce here and stay here, then you're looking at like, depending on the size of the candle, of course, but you're looking at close to a week of trading back in this level, this traded floor here, like so. But we have time, no worries, we have time. Just need to understand what it's going to do for the next little while, so that we can trade directionally, only that. So only long setups. But is it here or is it lower? We'll find out when the time comes. By the way, the title of this video is a parody take on Crypto Faces bullshit. Nails it! Marketspy didn't nail shit. We nailed it by looking at Marketspy. Okay, because it doesn't pull the trigger for you. Right? That guy's just pissing me off, man. Nailed it. $25 likes and counting. Every like adds another hour to this video. So you might want to think about that before you add another like. Right. Hey, it's a live stream, guys. It's not a Carl the Moon upload, get rich in 15 minutes. Got the time for this. If you're trading along the way. Because who knows, we might run into something, but I'm here for a little bit. Just watching it. So we can talk about stuff, but I don't know how many spies are watching right now, how many guests are here. So I'm not sure if it's if we talk about the indicators here. But for me, the short really was nailed by Marketspy when it confirmed last night that we were going to go down after here. And like I said, it was a simple decision by looking at the DSR weekly level, how thin it was, how we opened on hopes, and how it was just like monthly resistance up ahead. And I looked at a cluster of these lightning bolts here as the top. You know, I was like, okay, momentum is thick, but all those other guys with, you know, their oscillators out there are going to be lagging as hell. So we probably have an advantage here. And that I didn't expect it to be honest. I didn't expect it to go all the way down here, but I said it's going to go down to 61K, and that's where I had my exit. So 61K, it exited a 1x position of around 80,000 something contracts, right? Again, was there a stop? Absolutely. And it happens first peak, you're waiting for the next high to take that out, boom, that's your stop, right? On a bearish trade signal. And for the Armageddon part, knowing how the baselines, upon their failure, you know, price tends to go lower. I looked at this thing and I said, well, the flags are not giving us bounces, so it's definitely not a checkpoint. We're going lower. This pyramid showed up and it was at the crossover with Delta going down. So there's simply no room for price to push up against. Like, how is this going to reverse from here, right? And I looked at a potential max 7 setup here and I said, look, confluence, VVS, C-bars, the magnificent 7 setup with a short signal pyramid. Pyramid showing you the tip of the top with the green dot above it. Down we go, right? So that just added as a bonus to the overlay here. And these yellow flags were no longer giving me hope for any long continuation. So down we went. However, on a personal sort of level of all of this, I posted a triangle and said, what will it be? A bearish pennant that definitely shows some signs of trouble. And the fact that this thing failed, okay, and went back up against it, that really triggered me right here, because it was a beautiful setup. And we had a retest here, and we were supposed to actually, I'm not saying the market is hoses or anything, but we're supposed to drop from here based on this. But you know, Bitcoin being Bitcoin, and that's why we emphasize on, you know, the education that we provide here. Talks about these possible scenarios, and like I said in the beginning of this video, no stop survived. So anytime you see somebody on Twitter right now say I'm safe, it's a lie, because there's not a single stop loss here that survived this, unless it was here and people somehow went short here and held it. These are the only people that survived. Longs didn't survive. Stops on both sides got taken out in this move up and down. Okay, so there's no question about it. They work against you, especially if the reason they're there is because you're not sure. You're not sure, you shouldn't have a trade. A stop loss is not a mechanism where you put it just in case it doesn't work out. I'll be safe. No, a stop loss is something that is used to measure your exit strategy. For example, how many contracts should you be trading at a time? How many, shares should you be trading at a time? And what is your, when do you actively kick in to start managing your position if you're wrong? It doesn't mean you have to pay for a losing trade if you're only, you're skating on thin ice most of the time. And so as soon as you start to feel confident, the market will take that away from you. We must never forget that it's happened before, and it will continue to happen again and again and again. So yeah, if you can average down to 3K, I mean, that's a little undersized, I would say, with Bybit Pro low leverage. My liquidation mostly hangs at around 20K, the previous all-time high, at any given time. Doesn't matter which account I use, and sometimes slightly below that if the account is bigger in size. The trades are smaller. But in terms of where they are initiated from, like which points are looking more promising, and those are the kind of things that you kind of have to think about your stop loss as a tool to measure things like your leverage. But it doesn't mean you have to throw a hard stop on there, because I'd rather if, like in this case, instead of putting a stop, though you cannot advise that to people, because they will fucking not ever use a stop loss and be. It takes time to develop this sort of intuition to whether you should or shouldn't, right? Most of the time you shouldn't. And instead, we needed to have great tools like with Bybit Pro. It became less of a mandatory thing. Like, you don't need it, but you can use it to secure your existing profits. You can and should be using it to calculate your size, and you should be using stop losses only when you have already made a good trade decision and price moved in your direction, and now you want to fix that, you want to hold it so that you don't give back the gains. All right, so that's the only way. But to throw a stop loss on something like, oh, if I'm wrong and it's invalidated Twitter style, that's not the way. Because what these guys don't tell you is that they lose so much on those stops that I would imagine most of them trade below break-even point. They're just hanging on, and it's an addiction. It's a cycle, tweet after tweet. And most other guys who are really trading, they don't have time for Twitter, right? What are you going to tweet about? Like, just focus on your trades. If that's what you're doing for a living, why are you tweeting about it, flip-flopping all over the place, changing your buys every move up or down? This trader Pintosha literally said that the machine is designed to go long above 65K. Fucking failed. Cointelegraph, that's where I read it from. Then on this breakout, everybody and their mother went long. Carl the Moon, Lark Davis, everyone. Everyone who Cointelegraph ever publishes about went long. And then again here, yesterday, get ready everybody. We have a breach, we have a neckline breach right here. Look, bounce, everybody went long. Funding increased right before the dump. What does that tell us? We were bearish all the way from here. Just, you know. You're better than us?
Better not be implying that you're better than us.
CR is better than you.
That's right, the platoon is the place to be. And we don't hide behind macro trade setups. We know. Yeah, you know, return to the CPR, back to the future size, right? That was a good call too, to short right into it. Hell, like even from here to here, capture this 1,300, 500 points. It's a nice trade. What else do you want, right? But directionally, just there's no hope for any of this. And my meme long that almost got wrecked if it wasn't for this candle. That was the Bogdanov call. That was the moment. It actually played out. I can't believe this. That was pretty cool. Make a movie about it. I also remember how a couple of years ago I had a dream about Bitcoin crashing, and then the coronavirus happened, and we were streaming, and I was like, yeah, I had this weird thing, and everyone was being liquidated, and I saw Bitcoin like at 3K. You know, I really did have a dream. Like a week later, I was like, unbelievable. I don't know what it is, but you know, there's something out there that whispers in your ear every once in a while, and it's definitely not noise from social media, because I'm not there, not following it. But yeah, we're in this diagonal sell here. I think, look, it's a highly liquid traded floor. There may be a couple of trades, so I'm gonna scalp this. I still have on my MM at 2 hours, and I'm just gonna leave this running all day. Actually, I might even increase it to 1 hour. Getting greedy. It's only $100 difference, but I'm gonna scalp this, because let me bring Marketspy Arma back in here real quick. This is 1 hour, right? Now look, what's happening on 1 hour is that you are having a window here that is yet to close. The orange line is EQ1 short trade, and we're below the value line on the moving average here. So this is our floor. This is the floor that we literally just broke, and a retest of that floor would be very welcome. This is a weekly support, as far as I can tell, pivot to weekly. So technically, we're kind of in the safe zone right now for a long setup, but expect it to be choppy. I do see it going up, but it will be choppy. So that chop means money, and potentially potential money just around there. Yeah, so the volume analysis shows us that people that have sold the majority of it are capitulating into this move, and we're going to counter it soon. A little bullish volume that's stepping in. This is happening at the bottom. It's very bullish, okay? And we may have one more reddish candle down, potentially. Currently, we're bouncing on the previous support. So when you're looking at support, what I tend to do is, instead of looking at the current support level, I look at the previous support level. right? And the previous one is right here, 58. That's sort of like what our target was, between 61 to 58. So this region here is when we're trading. We also have a wick to wick buy box that's in the vicinity from here to here, and clear signal here to go long. Now, if we were trading this market enemy type 1 hour chart, right? I'm not looking at other charts. 1 hour chart. Am I seeing it? Wick. Where's the next wick? None. We don't see any. We don't see any. So this tells me that the next one is from here to here. So it is from here to here, and from here to here. And if we overlay that, it tells me the max distance that we'll see on this move potentially today is like this region here. So 59.5 down to 57.5. That should be a very nice level of long liquidations to trade to the upside. So as they close, we open. Why? Because we were patient. They had to wait a little bit. So the long setup is now is an official go. Okay, let's just hope that after the initial wave here, it's going to come down and give us that area. And that one, we can hold it for a while. Like I said, we're looking at an 8-hour chart setup. We only had 1, 2, 3 candles. So can we expect more? Certainly, it's in the pocket here, and daily support level in EQ1, but it looks like it's ready to run that. And if it runs it, we have a bearish shift in the market overall. And say goodbye to your plan B model if we start trading here and not recover. But yeah, we should expect a recovery from here. It's the first red candle. Usually in a bullish structure, these red candles don't last long. History, look back, right? However, it is twisting and turning, and we're seeing how these things are. This is a point where the market should decide, like, you know, are we gonna fail and go back down and trade lower, like way lower in the 40s, right? Or are we gonna bounce somewhere around here? If we bounce, there's not much upside. I don't know. Does this triangle look to you like it will bounce and we magically go to 100K? For that to happen, ladies and gentlemen, like step back a little bit. Hold on, let me just bring you back to reality, okay? So let's say there's a trade pattern like this, right? There's a setup. And what needs to happen here is that this has to be a whole fake out move. Wick up, such as like these wicks. I don't know, like this wick, maybe this wick. It has to go back up, go sideways, and then break out. Basically, that's the only way you're going there. If Bitcoin is obedient, and if we follow Cointelegraph and those idiots who are talking about a healthy pullback before the next all-time high, then we're literally looking at Bitcoin making its way down here, consolidating, not breaking here, faking out maybe, going sideways, and then maybe, if we don't post a bearish setup here, maybe going up. And then breaking through this resistance, which is going to be another whole thing. And then moving towards the 100K target. Now, by December, can you do it? This is an 8-hour chart, mind you. This, what you're looking at here, is not a 5-minute time frame that you're used to. This took 41 days to consolidate here. All right, let's use some brains here, okay? Plan B. What's your plan A? And check this out. If this does go lower and breaks this one, then do you know how many people are going to get wrecked? and like what the potential trade setup here is. So it will exceed, if you zoom out, your expectations. You know, it'll just be something that you did not expect would happen will happen. So right now we have to be very cool about this and see if this is a fake out. If not, we did our homework. We have targets ready to go. The long-term trend flow needs to go red for a little while before we can rally higher, because it's not healthy. It's not a healthy long-term trend flow here. You can see how it suffered some damage here, recovered, and is basically, it fell ill. The number one indication of this failed trade setup was on the oscillator here on MEXC. What was it? It was the lightning that kept going lower while idiots kept pushing the price up. Boom. We talked about this in the last stream. We get our divergence. Where are you, baby? Where are you? So we get a divergence here to here. And this could be a result of that divergence only. So will it hold? It needs to bounce here soon and go back inside of that triangle. So it's very, very simple actually. So nobody move, nobody get hurt. Don't try to trade this with a single limit order, strapping yourself in, preparing for the moon mission, because Bitcoin's yet to prove that to us. And it may take some time. But like I said, a retest of that level for sure. You have a long setting up. I am not chasing it, because once you kill, you chill. All right. And we have a kill for today. We have another winning trade. This time it was a little more. So we kind of compensated and produced like 10 days worth of trading on this guy. My other one did incredibly well, and you know, I could just not do anything for a few months. It was a pretty good trade. Do they happen every day? No. And that's where overtrading comes in, and you know, you don't overtrade for that matter, because if you have the dry powder and an occasional setup that is looking very likely, then you know, that's ultimately what you're aiming for. So this guy took care of like 10 days worth of 0.2, 0.3% trading, and I think, you know, it's slowing down. I think they capitulated here. These guys are going to regret it. There's a little bit of bullish volume coming in above the moving average, and I think they're going to push the price higher now towards the bear cross. Once it goes up here, there's another short opportunity that's incoming. This crossover here is not bearish, it's bullish. So we're going to see a reaction to this level, and then lower we go maybe. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at here. Ultimately, this is the official sort of look forward to this scenario, and the finer details of it, you know, we're gonna hop into our Discord for the VIP platoon members only. We're gonna do like some fine tuning here and check out like the little nuances that are hiding. There's danger around every corner, and we're gonna make sure that we identify all of it before sort of going with a long or a short decision. But the opposite of what's happened now is obviously you have a long setup, and it's looking good on the, you know, worst case you're gonna have like a rounding here, much like what you had over here. That's, you know, it's normal, and I think that gives you a bullish setup potentially, right? So you have a couple of pivots to work with now, and one is in the making for now. So do you want me to talk about maybe I will. Actually no, I can't individually. You know, if you're long, what do? It's not a simple answer, and so Maybe we'll do so in Discord in case we have some brothers and sisters who are left behind on the battlefield and are stuck in a position here, if at all. And if that's the case, we'll... Medic! To the field. We'll bring the medic to the field and...
Get your ass up. You still have fighting to do.
something like that. We'll bring him back because it's not over. It's not over. It doesn't... Don't let this scare you. We'll talk about what could potentially be the solution here for your long setup. And DSR's incremental take profit will play a role in that decision. Okay, let's check it out. Chat, where are you? The funding increase tip really came in clutch yesterday to hold on to a fat short. Yeah. Gotta get a dream journal going. Sounds like. For sure. Hey guys. Was this posted in the platoon? I missed it. I don't know. But that's spoon feeding. However, if you hit the bell notification icon, you should get a pop-up on your phone. That would be a much better deal, I think, than... Because sometimes I'm forgetful. I don't go on Discord and I don't say, hey guys, I'm going live. Come and join me. You have a bell notification icon thingy here, so click on it. Be notified. I think it's a good deal for that small, tiny little effort. Oh yeah, Sykes already said it. I'm sorry. I'm just going on and on and on. What am I harping on about? So this isn't a real drop yet, according to the cycles. 75k where the 52k retrace will be. Healthy pullback. Okay, that sounds like a very firm 100% statement. Okay, I will short again at 75k. Jay-Z, volume and interest in crypto in general has been dying over the last few months. It's kind of weird seeing everyone so bullish, seeing the market data showing this. Not weird at all. It's been a year of conditioning to be bullish no matter what. And we talked about this. This sneaks up on you. Yesterday was like that, the prime peak of bullishness everywhere. Because every page I browse, every page I flip, there's one guy out there who says, get ready guys, this is it. This is it. This is it. We held the previous March high, right? The tweet machine doesn't sleep. Search hashtag Bitcoin and you just get like speculation. Everywhere. By the way, we're the only ones that called this a taproot dump. Taproot dump. Taproot dump. Talked about this why in the Discord. And on Twitter I said taproot Moonvember. Before Moonvember was a phrase. And now everyone is saying Moonvember. But it's dumping. What's going on? Looks like we're cracking the code. And I'd like us to keep up the pace. Now, unfortunately, I cannot stop you if, you want to trade and go long or short at any given time. It's entirely your right. But I would advise, Platoon, if there's any shadow of a doubt, don't be afraid to ask. Hell, if you've been active and you're like a super member of the platoon, feel free to DM me as well. We already had a couple of DMs that we solved. That was, very sticky situations, and people came out without a scratch from those situations. So whether it's a bad trade or So if you've been super active and you're a friend of ours, you know, we gave access to Marketspy to the platoon. Nobody took advantage of that. We cover so much in there. But I guess they're like extremely professional for our games. They don't need this beginner stuff, right? So, not like that, but you've been active, you know. We'll devise and come up with a plan. I'm empathetic. I understand. Put myself in your shoes and think about what would I do? As long as you have some headroom and you're not over leveraged, you can be saved. I'm calling the 18th and 19th for the drop. The real drop, says Jay-Z. I think this is just another situation similar to what we saw in September. You think no? I mean, is that a validation question? Because I'm simply following like the targets, and I don't know when we're gonna get there, but there's a long setup here, another one down here, maximum. Like an overshoot to 48, maybe something crazy has to happen, but pretty much. But let's say this is a real breakout. Is Carl the Moon front running me on this already? Is he just waking up to the facts? Was this sobering enough or not? Or is he still... I guess he's preparing the video right now to go live and say, guys, guess what I found? I'm gonna show you a pattern that no one else is talking about. And if we confirm it, if we have a daily close below it, then our next target is all the way down here. Timeout. Killing them all. And we're not even trying. We haven't even started yet. The real test will come when the bear market hits us. And I'll be here by your side, making sure that nobody gets hurt. This is the, you know, be a genius all you want going up. I'm not impressed.
Woo! Nice. I'm gonna try that. Excuse me.
Yes.
Hey, hold on.
Yes.
Curated by Garrett. Hello and welcome. We're almost ready to wrap up, but not really. People keep adding likes, and every like is like 10 minutes of... No, I lie. 30 minutes of extra stream. Why? I don't know. We covered most of it already. But couple of more things here to observe on lower time frames. Gonna get into it now. So this move, as you know, right off the bat, what you're looking at right now, that triangle, if the destination is 54, then we're basically pausing at around 59 with the drop from 63, the breakdown point. So that's when I start building a long position. Also, I'm gonna start sharing the chart. I'm gonna make it shareable so you guys can, as I fiddle with it, maybe it will help you. You won't find any fibs, any cipher bats, gone structures here, or Fibonacci's or Elliott waves, but you will have some basic patterns that you can play and overlay your charts with. We did that before, and it was a little awkward because some of the charts somehow ended up on other servers, somehow, some way. I don't know what that was all about, but I gotten a few reports, so we stopped doing that. I wish there was a way to watermark this shit, you know? And date it also. We'll find a way. Sorry for the language. Whoa, Jay-Z, how do you do that? By the way, how the hell do you do this? I see people putting like a Bitcoin logo over here. I'd like to do that too. In the corner, they put like a BTC. How do they do it? Oh, never mind. There's no faded logo that we can... Is it possible? I don't think so. Ooh. Yeah. I seen him do this. Oh yeah. Look at that. That's nice. I guess this is one way. Oh, okay.
Like, is this how you do it? You can adjust it in TradingView. But how? How do I add my own image to the background here? Is it possible? I don't think it's possible. This platform is not a fan of it. But figured out how to put a Bitcoin in there. Right here, all the pre-built icons. Click on settings? No. Yeah, right. Right click on your image. What image? You're telling me I can paste images onto TradingView? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It's right here. Huh. And like if I share the chart is gonna have that, right? It's gonna have the logo. Like if I paste it and make this go over here, like sharing on. Wow, Jay-Z. I'll tip you CPN coins and a couple of Satoshis inside of our Discord. That's amazing. Thank you. That's a revelation. I mean, I always wonder like what this is. Why would it? Man. You know what it feels like right now? It feels like B stands for Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. Oh man. Wow, that changes everything. So one chart to rule them all. We'll do the macro, we'll do the channel chart. The horizontal support chart and the dual chart. We'll put the Marketspy logo in there. That'll just make it so much better. You put the logo in there, it'll play out for sure. Where's my cam? Not that it matters, but you know. Boom. Booming. Okay, let's Get ready to this is a long box for market enemy setup right here, and this is where you want to be long, right? You want to be long. You belong in here. So if it gives us this one more push lower, which it should, just letting you know, we've got about 2 hours and 44 minutes to go, and man, if this stays, we're you know, in 2 hours, if we don't drop lower and instead we you know, pause here, you have an immediate jump to this level here. Easy on that divergence play here. It's a 4-hour time frame. This is gonna take a while. Easy. Okay, so just be ready for that and know that not all hope is lost. So if you're long at maybe, I would imagine like support here. Remember in the Discord we said like it's touched this so many times. Rado said, oh, there's a confluence point here. I said I looked at it, I wanted to get in, but looking at the 3-day bearish flag, quote unquote, inside of our Discord, I said I am not interested in it at all. I think we're gonna run through it. So it's good to stick to your guns and not speculate too much. So, but a retest up to this level is entirely possible and totally doable. But hopefully within the next 2 hours we drop lower so that we can have even better chances of going slightly higher. This is a very good, strong traded floor right here. Look at this cluster of candles here, here, bazam, here, and here. this is good. Okay, there's a good solid chance of us trying this level. Do you see it? But one more push down to this level would even be better, and that's a market enemy type 1 setup for the exact same pattern here. Yeah. You're getting ready to go long. But the bear move is not over. Casanova. It's never over. This would be merely a retest. And much like what we saw here, a simple retest may not be enough. So this can grind its way here before dropping. So we may see like some sort of, I don't know what it is, but there will be something. We'll print something and we'll tackle it then. But right now, this 3-day triangle that we posted like 2 weeks ago is pretty much like on point. It's playing out right now as we speak, and there's still more downside potential to it. But you're nearing the dip territory here. It makes sense. It has to be. This is an impulse point, the apex of the impulse. And we had only one wick here, so that's a lot. That's a daily candle push, and we're already so far away from the moving averages. So, but if this goes up now, I think there's a short trade immediately right after that. So instead of chasing this and it goes up, I will short it back down on the way down. Because momentum here favors the bears. So far, looks like they had a break and they're gonna try to push it and try to fade. And the bulls just got wrecked, most likely, and the predicted funding rate is increasingly going bearish, negative, because people are flipping short now at this level. Big mistake. Why are we gonna bounce here? Remember last night we saw what happened on this wick when we traded this up a little bit 2 nights ago, and then it was because we paused at half the distance of the projected target, and that's natural. Price does this, bounces, and then goes lower towards the target. So all of this, there's more juice to trade up than down, or skip it, wait for it to go up, see how it reacts, and trade it down. The choice is yours. Me, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm gonna wait to see if this goes up to initiate a short retest. And if not, if it continues to go lower, I'm immediately scaling in right here. And I'm gonna cancel these plus 10, plus 30 points. I'm gonna hold it for like $2,000, $3,000 move up from here in the next few days. $61,800. That's, you'll get that exit. That's not, it's a couple hours, maybe sometime today or tomorrow you should be out. So, yeah, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I think so. Congratulations if you stayed with me on this bearish, and we're looking for downside from this triangle. Just bring it back to a macro trade, and just as a reminder of what could happen. And it's the same set. What we're just looking at, this is the same setup. It's the same setup. Halfway through, 58, push lower, your first immediate long. The retest here is, maybe is incoming, but it's only going to give us another opportunity to. So I think 64 is now looking like a pretty solid candidate for a resistance, even though I don't really believe in support and resistances, but it's just, we would just drop from there. It's going to be hard to go back above it. There's no confidence. That level did not hold. So it will act as resistance potentially. But ultimately, we should be getting our long setup that we crave so much. Remember, we were saying that the 50 moving average, we're too far away from here. This was like the distance here was way too great to ignore. So it needs to come back down, and we're seeing that happening now. So that's good. Target remains, according to this chart. CR Trade Insights for any updates if anything changes, because it's not about what and where, but how we get there and what happens in between. But looking at this, your 58, 57 previous highs over here could be a level of decent area to long, because these things they take time, right? And beyond that, we're looking at 53 and lower, but I think there's a bounce here somewhere, but we should be okay. This, don't worry about that for now. Overall, either way, if this thing is gearing up to put in new all-time highs, then it's going to be a slow grind away from this level. So like 55, 54 down there, and then we can start moving. For now, the intraday plan is to wait for it to go up and then fade it, or long slightly lower with market maker running between now and then to the upside, buying only. Since we just dumped and are accelerating down, we buy into that weakness and sell into any attempts to bounce and reverse from those levels. Sykes, stanky bids only. The November version CPR 59.55. Great. Yeah. What are we talking about? Monthly, aren't we? Talking about monthly. And there's a moving average coming up here too. So yeah, we can't really break this line. And if we do on an impulse, like it's at 47 and 45, right? You have to understand the open is the high probability level that we come back down to, most likely. And it's at this support here, which is essentially a retest of this. We're in EQ1, and this thing here is a bounce. That's the CPR right there. It's a good average. It just lines up. This lines up quite nicely. However, man, EQ3 is kind of vicious. It's very wide open, and let's hope for the best, prepare for the worst, okay? Remember, this will also be a very desperate opportunity for many to go long, finally on the dip, and not sure if the first dip opportunity is all that. But yeah, let's wait for at least like some pyramid or something at these levels, which is, we're looking to go lower for sure. I have no faith in this rebound. So if it goes up, I'll potentially fade it. prices in AQ1 for the first time, so there will be some buyers, but the dragon skin play lays over here. It's way lower. What Syke said over there. 59 down to 55. Stanky danky bids all the way down. Here's DSR. Lines up with the 50 moving average. This is a 3-day chart, remember. So this is gonna take forever, right? By the time this thing moves up, 3 days later, 3 days later, 3 days later, we pump up and then eventually we come back down. And that's how we get down there, most likely. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Let's just wait for it. Yeah, what's that? What's a divergence here? Baseline reclaim, is it? Is it? Give me a second. Yeah, just on the desk over there. Put it on the desk. Mm-hmm. Yeah. AS, will there be a Black Friday sale on Marketspy? There will be, but there currently is a coupon. I don't know. It may have expired already, but there was a 30% off thing going on. But yeah, look forward to the sale and then some. A couple of more things that are going to be part of the whole experience here. The Cryptopocalypse Now experience. Bybit Pro is amazing. Keep with it. It's blind trades. You can do it. Amazing.
Yeah, sorry about that. A couple of things going on all at the same time. I think we gonna bottom out here soon and move towards the orange line. And I think for Robert Schmidt, get ready to take profits and break even. I'm gonna share my rule, all right? My rule is this: if I get in on a trade and it's a little early, or I think it's a bad spot, I don't hold it. Like when the price goes back to my entry, I treat it as the market giving me an opportunity to exit. So if the market is giving me an opportunity to exit, I take it and I break even, because I already miscalculated. There's no reason for me to hold it, because obviously I did not account for X, Y, and Z, whatever, you know. Like, there could be a couple of instances of, you know, something that's happening parallel to my analysis that I'm not seeing, and that's the reason I'm in that trade. And so when the market gives you an opportunity, I take it. I exit, break even, and I just step away from it, because even though I didn't lose any money on it, it is a losing trade by definition. The trades that we're looking for here are the ones that play out intraday. You have an hour or two to tell you if the trade is going to be meaningful or not. If it's not moving, something's wrong. If you're not, you know, profitable within the next few hours, something's off. It's not worth holding it, and you should probably get out. Simple as that. That's the old way of thinking, you know, get in and hold it and be patient. Yes, be patient, but more like be patient and wait for the right entry, not like be patient to take profit. Profit has to be instantaneous, has to be within a very short time frame, you know. So that's, you know, hopefully that helps. I don't know if it does, but if it does, good. Yeah, there's documentation. AS, if you go to our Discord, Bybit chat, there's you know, you can type like /command in the chat. You'll go /shorty, because this mascot, his name is Shorty right here. Don't ask me why, but his name is Shorty. This robot, Bybit Pro robot, his name is Shorty, even though we never go Shorty. But his name is Shorty, and if you do /shorty and tag mode, it's gonna give you documentation. It's gonna open a website for you from our Discord to bring you to. There's a whole wiki on the Transgenic put together to explain what some of these functions are. But I do find it a little strange that no, I don't find it strange. I think it's perfectly normal in today's world, but people are mechanical. You know, trading is very human. You know, it kind of is mechanical, but I mean, like, people want to know, like, what does it do? It's not what does it do, it's how do you use it and when do you use it. You know, it's not like what does the green dot mean? It's what does the green dot mean in the context of what Armageddon shows you, VVS and C bars, for example, right? What does it mean then? There's so many things, right, that needs to. It's a very human experience, and we need to understand what the market is doing and telling us. But it cannot be very mechanical, and you know, people continue to sell and market things that are one click and it's done. You know, one click repair your PC, one click make money, one click analyze the chart. One click thing is like a marketing freaking you know, that's how these people get to have so many subscribers, because they keep feeding them these one click promises. You know, trading just got easier. One click. I prefer to say at a glance, because you're not looking at something specific. At a glance, Marketspy is a very powerful thing that can tell you a lot about what's going on. And but it will not prepare the trade for you. It has to be. It's a very human experience, right? There's no user manual for, go to Jim Simons and say, hey bro, do you have a user manual for your medallion fund, for your models that trade these markets? You'll say, what? But there's a way to trade this. And training. So if you join us, we have extensive boot camps and sessions where we kind of go over all these little details that give you the ultimate edge over everybody else. Because you're not on your own when it comes to this. But people come and say, what's the instruction? Where's the instruction manual? Where's the public tutorial video? I'm giving you an edge. There is no public tutorial video. It's not a General Motors, generic product. This is a supercar. This requires some inside knowledge about what you're looking at. Had one guy come in yesterday or a few days ago. He bought it, and 10 minutes later he launched it. And 10 minutes later, can I get my money back? It looks too complicated, he said. I was like, yeah, I don't think you should be trading at all, buddy. When you're ready to be a bit more professional about how you analyze and how you want to make money, come back to us anytime. But at this point, when you launch it and you don't immediately see buy and sell signal, and you're like, oh, I was expecting a buy and sell signal indicator. No. You're on your own out there. This is not for you. You're not ready. You're not ready. Shouldn't be trading. I don't know what I'm looking at. Of course you. Come on. And so the tag mode is actually pretty sick. Let me tell you what the tag mode is. Look, what I want you to do is this, right? I want you to, if you have Bybit Pro, go to your, first of all, create a tab. Create a tab in here under other instruments. These are Bitcoin only, but do your Bybit thing over here, like this. See that? Look. Create this thing, and so you can see what the orders are doing on the chart inside of your Bybit. All right. So in our case, you wanted to know what market maker tag, chaser tag mode is. And tag is basically, let's say you initiate it here and you say price gets down here, buy it. It's gonna buy it, and let's say price jumps instantly away from that level. The tag mode is not going to chase it. It will remain at that last tagged level. So price came close to it, tagged your level, moved away from it and said tag you're it. Now the chaser is waiting to be reactivated at the last tag location. So it's not going to continuously perpetually buy and sell. It's going to give you a better distance. So for us over here, let's just do a little demo. So we put 0.1 of account distance. Let's make it 10 just so we can visually see what's happening. And we're going to go to the buy side, limit take profit, and we're going to use these values here. Like, let's use these ones. And tag mode is activated, so set tag manually. So if I activate the chaser right now, it's going to start at the distance like 10 contracts what is it, like away from where the price is now. So this is the price, and tag will be activated from below. So without the what do you mean position 0? Huh? Oh, okay, never mind, never mind. Yeah, I have this on, sorry. So we have that, and we're gonna use let's do this live right now. Man, can't even see it. It's daily. Okay, let's go to 5-minute chart. Jeez, man. Nope. All right, let's make it 30. There it is. So look. Price is pushing it, and the chaser is moving, right? Everything is natural. Everything is beautiful. There's no tag mode. And it's just gonna like keep doing this. Look, it's moving away from it. So it wants to pick up some contracts on a volatility spike. So this candle just randomly goes crazy and goes shoots down, right? In excess of that 30 contracts, 30 points, $30 distance, right? When it exceeds that, it's going to pick it up, and it immediately is going to take these open these positions to take profit. Well, you know, assuming that there's a bounce and it wants to close the position, and then it's going to reactivate again. What the tag mode does, however, is if you activate it, first of all, the first tag mode, I want it to be at 61. If I activate that, look, it's not chasing it. Do you see that? It's going to wait for the price to come and tag this level, and then it's going to start chasing it. Does that make sense? That's with the first tag. If you turn this off, we're now back to the normal mode. But look what happens when we hit. Let's make it 5. Maybe that's not a great visual. 15, so we can see a little bit. Zoom out. So look what happens when this gets hit. All right. It's not happening right now, but essentially it's going to hit it. Price bounces, it takes profit, and it does not reactivate chaser to come to where the price is. It will actually stay here. So the next tagger that opens, it will stay here. Right now it's chasing it, right? But the tag would remain. So that's useful to get a better average price instead of... This price can go up, go down, go up, go down, go up, go down. You're accumulating, building, and then it goes, spills down on the next open candle, and suddenly you're underwater with a big size. Now with the tagger, it goes down, goes up, takes profit. Still remains at that level. Goes down to the level again, boom, goes up and takes profit. Goes down a few more levels, takes profit. The tag always remains. The tag like sticks and it doesn't chase it. So price needs to tag that level before it reactivates again. So that's what it's useful for. Yeah, I would do that if you don't open a position so that you don't open a position too early. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just it gives you more space. It just kind of keeps away from the like. Let's see if we can get an example here. It should be relatively easy. I don't know what the holdup is. Should dump and give us that entry. Okay, so look, the tag mode is chasing it. Check it out, chasing it. But look what happens when take profits occur. Look. Tagger is still following price. It's in the normal chaser mode, but it's only what happens after the initial take profit occurs is when it becomes more interesting.
It'll be far more appropriate to call tag mode the accumulator.
You're right, Tonto. The accumulator. Just don't accumulate too much. Like what's going on right now? Come on. Look where the chaser is. Do you see? The chaser is stuck at the last tagged location, like last time it was picked up. When price moves closer to it within the $15 distance, it will start moving again. When it gets picked up and price moves away from it, it will stop. Look, it just moves away from the last known location where the last order was executed. But if you were to not use the tag mode, it would be like very close to it, and that's, you know, I don't like that. But I always use the tag mode, although it depends. It depends what you're trying to accomplish here. Here, let's bring this up to 1. Bitcoin is being all nasty here, and let's bring this to 30. Same thing. I tried tag mode off, but I'm not making any fees. What do you mean? They're always making fees. Come on. And I still think that market maker single directional configuration is much better than chaser mode for these kind of scenarios where the range can be actually chaser is better suited for, you know what is better suited for? I know it's supposed to be used for volatility, but I find that it's when price is barely moving and you just don't know, you know, so I use it in tight ranges with 0.5 distance most of the time to kind of accumulate on these tiny little candles when, you know, after the dump, when we're going sideways, price is not moving at all. Bigger moves, I think the ladder, market maker ladder is far more superior than this. Anyways, we're good people, see? Sacrificing myself to show you how the tagger works. But essentially, the tagger will not move until price nears that first initial distance. I don't know if that makes sense. Look, this tagger here. Come on, it's just all I wanted is to get us out of here. You can see this should stay here. Price moves away. This thing should stay here. Manual tag mode is where you want to activate it. So if you're away and you're saying, okay, so you can do it through webhooks, or you could just simply say when price goes near these levels here, I want the tagger to activate and start collecting below this previous low here. So in that case, yeah, you can just leave it and it'll do all the work for you. But it's definitely not a random tool. I have observed some that use it that way, that are randomly hoping that as long as price moves, you know, I can use it safely because it's gonna get me out. Chaser is the one tool within Bybit Pro that got me in hot water twice. I had to go Sujutsu mode twice because of Chaser, and both instances occurred at the top range accumulation when one of the dragon skin plays failed. So a ladder would have been much better at those levels, but you know, I had to work hard to come out of those positions. You guys remember, right? And it was mostly, yeah, I blame it on the Chaser. I put it 100% on the Chaser. That thing was, you know, pretty extreme. And right now I'm hearing like sounds, but it's not filling the position. You know what? I'm gonna stop this. Do you guys hear that? They're like bling 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 sounds, but I'm not hearing anything. Screw this. I'm going back to my MM. Yeah, did you see that the Chaser is like I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan when people post their P&Ls and they simply say Chaser. Like, what is that supposed to mean? Because right now I had sounds. The sounds are, I don't know if you heard it, but the orders are filling up, but I'm not seeing any changes. And the size did not change here. So I don't know if I have more. No, I have the exact same. I just heard like sounds. So I don't like Chaser in highly volatile environments. I do love the new market maker program here, and that's just, it's so much better in my opinion, right? But yeah, AS, that essentially, sorry, we didn't, you know, see instant results, but it's the kind of thing that you have to sit with, babysit it, and wait for it. And you know, the market is the market, and you just never know. But that's essentially how it works. The tagger just doesn't chase price after getting filled. Basically, it assumes that it's not the best area to go long, and it will keep falling. And maybe revisit those levels, so it'll start accumulating there again. That's its primary function. So guys, documentation for, if you would like to have a bootcamp on Bybit. Look, I'm waiting for the whole thing to be like all the main functions. There's a lot on the backlog. I feel like we do a tutorial now. Tomorrow we have features that are planned that are going to blow your minds. and that will require another two. So I don't know if, you know, like the 2 videos that we have on Bybit Pro when I introduced it for the first time, those are pretty irrelevant, I would say, because it's like half of the functions that we have here now we didn't have there, so it wasn't covered. It's time for a new tutorial video, but we're not. So guys, during this whole stream setup, we generated 0.35% on the account more, once again, just by using the market maker and the stuff that we talked about here. I think we're truly blessed to be able to do this, and you know, I hope you're taking advantage of everything that's in here, because it simply works. So we're going up. You see that window? Like we can't move away without closing that window. We'll have to move up by 1,000. I'm gonna cancel these cells. I'm gonna hold this. There's no point of taking profit on that right now. There are windows on EMAs that are open right now that we'll need to close. 6-hour candle just opened. Huge window, right? So I don't care. I'm accumulating into a long here. But the structure here is looking all bearish on 6. We have absolutely all baselines above us. Armageddon is currently dominating, and I don't see how you're gonna get to your 100K by December. I just don't. Would be ashamed if it turns out that Marketspy is the better model than Plan B's. Like, that's, you know, to remember this moment. But then we're traders. We're not macro pussies hiding behind, oh, if it works, it works. We're out there on the front lines every day. And if you guys want to experiment, and the professor, I'll be more than happy to, but let's dedicate some time to this, because it's a lot of fun and not a 2-sentence thing for sure. But I would say, you know, put a small sample size, open your Bybit Pro window, and just click on things, see what happens. The only thing you need to worry about is your quantity right here, in terms of like how many contracts you're putting up per trade. Throw like 10 on here. Okay, maybe 10 is to like 500, and see what happens. Both sides, you know. That's the best way you're gonna understand what any of this means. And I encourage you do that. And then we'll hop in one of these days into a stream that's dedicated strictly for Bybit Pro, and just take a look at all the functions here. And it's so modular. Like, people find their own ways to come up with their own setups with these parameters here, you know. I'm a bit of a traditionalist, and I go for the ladder and limit, but I'm also a futurist, and I love market maker, and I like being in control of my trades. I don't believe that there's a single retail solution out there that works long term, that will a bot system that will actually that is long term profitable. I think it's all a bunch of fluff. There's no such thing. But I do think that once, you know, we have flush outs like these or black swan events, I think traders normally, we can survive much better, like make decisions that will keep us safe, and with the right set of tools, you sort of see what like those bots certainly don't, and it's our discretion. You know, we know when to go long, when to go short. So yeah, this automated, half semi-automated setup here, it's truly a work of art for me. I feel like, you know, Bybit Pro is my second love. You know, Marketspy is my vision, Bybit Pro is my hands. You know, and work together to create something beautiful. And thanks to these two, I'm able to not overmanage my trades too much. And because most of the setups in Marketspy warn you ahead of time, so you can plan, not execute immediately like with other indicators where you're like, oh, there's a signal, right? We got time to plan, organize, execute, and then manage actively using these tools. I mean, it's, what can I say? The chaser distance depends entirely on the volatility, like how price is moving. But I generally go for like 1/10 of your ATR value on that time frame that you're trading. I don't know if that makes sense. If you're on a 5 and ATR is say 20, 1/10 of that is your distance to trade a candle, reversal candle. So oversold momentum sitting at some support pyramid, checkpoint flag, maybe a dragon skin in the making, you know, EMAs lining up, some fanning out of the EQ zones, stuff like that. You know, max 7 setup, you're being aggressive. Max 7 setup, I'm not going with a 30 distance. I'm going with 0.5, like 1. Even then, that's like good luck. So sometimes it's just a single limit order. Chaser is more of a, sometimes there's a max 7, but it gives you time to get in. So in other words, it dumps first and allows you to build your limit in only position. You get in and it starts working its magic. And so chaser in those cases can be very useful, and I use it a lot that way. And so the distance depends on what time frame I'm on and what I'm trying to accomplish. It's very dynamic for me. I get involved with chaser. Anything that goes on without my decision, I monitor it. So contrary to the popular belief, I don't advise leaving these things all on overnight without my attendance. As a matter of fact, I'm much more comfortable leaving a single limit or ladder just sitting out there, you know, static stuff. Anything that's dynamically moving and adjusting, I have to control. And you know, like the DJ who has to control the frequency and turn those knobs to keep the music going. You know, the crowd demands certain energy, and I don't know, I'm not a DJ, but you guys understand what I'm talking about, right? It's kind of, market is the market, and you just kind of turn and twist those knobs to make that certain synthesizer sound, and you're just like going with it, staying with the flow. That's what the chaser and market maker to me are like. They're constantly you know, they demand my presence, my attention, and I love seeing it because I can be working with my Excel sheets or what have you on one side, and I can have this thing open just like this, like we have one in the pit right now. And it's just a flick of a mouse to pause it, stop it, adjust some of the numbers, and adapt to new conditions. Volatility drops, price action is kind of slow. Scan a few time frames to see if we can have like a maybe some sort of explosion there where we'll move rapidly, or if not, you know, change the numbers a little bit, drop the 30 distance to like 5 or 10. Too many contracts within a single minute. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, right? Boom, stop the chaser, increase the distance to 50, increase the size to balance out what you already have, and just you know, having fun with it, and watching it take profit is the most incredible thing, right? Same with Market Maker. Woo! Yeah, man, that was awesome.
Love it, CR.
You're welcome, guys. So, let's see. Sykes, is that the case then? You you lead by example. Left her running alone for a month and shared the mad results. Look, anything that's new and shiny, you know, we want to be all over it. How's your battlefield experience? Because I asked Alex to just find out if it's good, and he told me that you said it was horrible. So, but you know, Battlefield 2075 or whatever the name is, yeah, what a failure. And so it's the same, but it's brand new. It's something that we're looking forward to, and now that it's here, it's like half baked, you know. And then they improve it, but it's too good to be true. You try it, and you know, you adapt to it. Same thing here. You know, we kind of same with these like reversal signals on DSR, right? I don't want people to initiate trades on those. Just use them as you know, as a you know, points of interest. It's a warning sign. It's a warning sign. It's not an action sign. It's a warning sign. But at a glance, if you look at it, I can be like CryptoFace and say, be like, look, short, long, short, long, short, boom, long. Nailed it, boom, my ruler, boom, bazam, boom, short, long, look, okay, failed, never mind, move on, failed, never mind, move on, failed, never mind, move on, it's just an uptrend. But look at this, boom, top, bottom, market cipher, nailed it. I could say that and I'll be right, you know, but at the same time, that's not what I want you guys doing. You know, it's just a warning sign. It's just there to tell you. Oh, give me a break, please. It's fucking the whole space. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's that's one of the most driest comments ever, Uncle Tone. Just say funny. I don't know if it's haha funny or like, oh my god, that's funny, or it's just like, huh, funny, or like, funny you say that, or funny guy. I don't know. What do you mean? But I'm glad you feel that way. In any case, let's save some of our energy. Okay, get back to this in a few hours inside of our Discord. Wait for others to get up, wake up. I mean, like, what time is it? Everyone should be in bed. It's late night out on the East Coast. In the US of A and the rest of the Western Hemisphere. But 8 hours from now, I'll see you in Discord and we'll talk about things. Okay, we'll see how this goes. For now, this is so fresh. I'm not even, I see like little scalps with Bybit Pro and nothing else. There's no relevant information here yet. There's still ways to go. You have your targets, but I'm scaling in right here and I'm holding this. And the second point of interest is here, which we may or may not see today. Have there been instances where we did? Yes. Is this like, you know, is this a crazy drop? 7%? No. Have we seen 20% drops in the past? within a day, yeah. 2 days, sure, why not? I mean, momentum says that we can. Market structure says that we can. So why wouldn't we? When they panic and breach the 60, if the 60K level runs, everyone will shit their pants because I told you. Remember we were talking about that stuff last time where I said, a lot of these people, like, the market is so ridiculous. They'll start selling it just so they can say we sold above 60K. Okay, because that's the second chance in this bull run that you had the opportunity to go short or sell above 65, period. And now everyone's going to start jumping on this. And when the 60K runs, the salt within people is going to cause this price to drop lower. It's just going to keep running lower and lower and lower and lower. And no support is going to hold because the mass panic that's going to take hold is going to push all these prices down. I'm ready for that. I'm just saying may not happen. Doesn't have to. But trying to understand the market participants, that's the most likely outcome. Okay? And all those chip Twitters, right? Who are talking about last chance to buy below 65. It's gonna get real quiet soon. So but hey, if this bounces, we'll know, right? And we'll trade in the direction of the bounce. But we have our levels marked. So does everyone else, and that's why those levels will hold. Will it be a great big bounce to 100K? I don't know. All I know is that we're looking for the next intraday setup, and we're yet to have a red day in the community. That, like, the trades that I took and I advised, some of them we closed them immediately or a little later, but we certainly, we're ready for that. So yeah, the drop looks very fresh, and I personally say we haven't seen anything yet. That's my last sort of, like, as I look at this, I think to myself, we haven't seen anything yet. That's nothing. It's just the beginning. It's just like, it's just confirming. People are just, thinking, is it? And let's wait for a capitulation phase, and it's gonna be lower than that. We lose 60. Boom, everyone's gone. All these bulls are evaporated like they were never here. And we'll start looking for a good long setup, taking their money, taking a position that they should have planned for, instead of being bullish at the freaking top. So let's see how she goes. In the meantime, very thick traded level. Will it hold? We're already trading below the close here. And the next one is somewhere around here, like the monthly close, somewhere around here. So everything checks out. All the levels here are jiving in confluence. And could be something, could be nothing. I don't know. But we have those windows above, and I think today we're going to consolidate here and go above. That's what we're looking for. So that's that. I don't know. Now we have viewers coming in.
It's already over.
It's already over. They're already dumped. But yeah, good work. Good work, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to say goodbye. I'll see you back inside of our Discord. It's getting dark out here. Not really, but lots of things that can be. The office is falling apart, as you can see. It is falling apart technically. So let's you have your chart update. You have your levels. Those are pretty solid levels. Market enemy type 1 coming up between 58 and 57. The ultimate target projection for this whole down move is 53. An overshoot lays at 48, and if panic sets in, we can expect those levels. Easy. All right, now let's work on some of the positions that are maybe would be classified as rescue positions. So I'm gonna hop into our Discord in a few hours. Don't do anything. We're gonna take a look. But yeah, this whole thing looks very fresh. It looks like it's got some time. It's got some juice. And it's set to continue moving lower. Said it would happen. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm going to sleep in a few hours. Okay. Well, have a good night. And I'm just waking up. So, yeah. See you on the rebound. Robert Schmidt. See you on the rebound. And we're ending this stream, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to go and get productive. Get some rest. Come back to this. Reassess. Reevaluate. But my remember, it goes anywhere near 64, I'm short again. This time lower. If it goes down to like 59, 58, I'm building along. I'm building along right now. And I'm averaging in all the way down with an expected target of 54 minimum. 48 maximum. Looks good. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the likes. And see you soon. Yeah. We're chilling for now. We're chilling for sure. See you guys. See ya. Discord, let's go. I'll see you there in a few, not few, but 6-8 hours from now. Should be good.